Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
From a rooftop in the Bronx, we span around and take a look at the greatest city in the world, and then right back to Yankee Stadium, where it's time for baseball, as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Minnesota Twins in the first of three from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with David Cohn. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the news on Derek Jeter, not great. He is not going to play this weekend. The injury that he suffered yesterday will keep him out. They hope until maybe at least just the Friday against the Boston Red Sox, but we'll have to see, and we'll get more information on that from Brian Cashman in a moment. The Yankees do have something happy to think about yesterday. They won the game by a score of 8-4, and again, Lyle Overbay for the second straight night had a very big hit.
Well, Mr. Clutch all year long for the Yankees, and not only Mr. Clutch, how about 2 outs? 2-out RBI, a big hit there, kind of ruined Irvin Santana's day as he had a decent game going up to this point. As you see, here comes the wheelhouse, and Robinson Cano is going to follow up. Another big clutch 2-out RBI hit for Lyle Overbay.
Second straight win for the Yankees, and really different than their 3-game losing streak. Here are the cold, hard facts brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. In those 3 games, they couldn't score runs. The last 2, they scored 16. They couldn't hit. 317 average in the 2-game winning streak. And you can see everything fell into place, especially the pitching. Now, speaking of pitching, let's look at tonight's New York Lottery pitching matchup. Scott Diamond will go for the Twins and Hiroki Kuroda for the Yankees, who has emerged as their #1 pitcher. And one of the big things that he does is throw a very nasty splitter.
Well, he does throw a nasty splitter. He's been Mr. Consistent since he's been a Yankee. But according to Fangraphs.com, this split-finger fastball is one of the most effective pitches in the league. Not just for Kuroda, but all around the American League. And you see the horseshoe grip and the split around it and the fastball sort of spin. You see the corkscrew on it. Looks like a fastball down the middle. No, it ends up down and away. Very effective pitch for Kuroda, both the right-handed batters and lefties.
So Kuroda will try to make it 3 in a row. He will do it without the captain, Derek Jeter. All smiles before the game yesterday, and then it went awry. We'll tell you exactly what's going on when we hear from Yankee GM Brian Cashman in just a moment. And when did he get hurt? He thinks it might have been in this at-bat in the 5th inning yesterday. Hits a ground ball to the right side. He smells base hit. Kicks it into another gear, and maybe it happened there. He stayed in the game, though, and came to bat again the next inning. This is in the 6th. Hits a ground ball to short with the infield in. He drives in a run, and you can see he's really now busting it to first base. So when did it happen? How did it happen? And what exactly is wrong with Jeter? Here's the GM, Brian Cashman.
Derek has a grade 1 quad strain. That's what the MRI revealed. We are going to not play him through the weekend, and then we have the 4 days from the All-Star break, so we're going to evaluate it sometime after that.
Well, not a great thing for the Yankees, but we'll see how it plays out. Tonight, Hiroki Kuroda will get the start on this Friday in New York. Lineups, first pitch, baseball, next on Yes. And by Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the New York Yankees. And by Chrysler, imported from Detroit. Well, it's an overcast day here at the stadium, and we're hoping that the rain holds off and we can get Yankees and Twins in for you right here on Yes. The Yankees have taken the field, so why don't we take a look at Ron Gardenhire's Twins lineup. Brian Dozier, the second baseman, leads off. Chris Parmelee in right field will bat second. Batting third and catching, Joe Mauer. Justin Morneau at first base will clean up. Batting fifth, the DH Ryan Doumit. Trevor Plouffe at third base will bat sixth. Batting seventh, playing left field, Oswaldo Arcia. Aaron Hicks in center field bats eighth. And Pedro Florimon, the shortstop, will bat ninth.
See Hiroki Kuroda digging out the mound, getting the holes right on the year. This will be his 19th start. 7-6 record and a 2.77 ERA does not compute. Doesn't get a lot of runs to work with. And we're going to give you the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers in New York. New York loves pitching in New York. He's 16-8 with a 2.47 ERA and 28 home starts since joining the Yankees. An ace, well, the definition of an ace to me is he's gone at least 7 innings without allowing a run 11 times over the past 2 seasons. That's the most in the major leagues over that span. And his record is 9-0 over those 11 games. And family matters. Well, he's got good DNA. Hiroki's father, Kazuhiro, was a professional baseball player in Japan and a pretty good one. And his mom, Yusuko, was a member of Japan's 1964 Olympic shot put team. So he's got it in his genes.
Now let's take a look at the defense behind Kuroda. Almonte, Gardner, and Ichiro left to right in the outfield. Infield, Cruz, Nunez, Cano, and Overbay. That's third to first. Chris Stewart behind the plate, and Kuroda is on the mound. There's Derek Jeter. You know he has to be so disappointed, missing 91 games, getting back, first pitch, first hit, first run scored. Also had an RBI in the game, and now he's on the shelf for at least the rest of this weekend. This is what he said. It's frustrating. I don't know what else you want me to say. I worked hard to get to the point of rejoining the team yesterday. It's not how you draw it up, but hopefully I'll be back out there soon and help this team win some games. Not good. Any way you slice it, the Yankees hoping that he can avoid the DL. The 4 games off, or the 4 days off during the All-Star break certainly plays in their favor, so he'll miss this weekend. And they'll play with a 24-man roster, then have 4 more days to heal before the series against the Red Sox begins. All right, let's do it. Here in the Bronx, as Kuroda deals, it's a strike, and we're underway. You know, when you think about the Jeter injury, it seems like everybody that's been injured for the Yankees and comes back ends up getting re-injured. And I would guess that the team and the coaching staff and Joe Girardi have to almost be immune to it. Granderson comes back, goes back on the DL. Teixeira comes back, goes back on the DL. Youkilis comes back, goes back on the DL. Looks like Cervelli is getting close to coming back. Stress reaction in his elbow. It's been that sort of year.
Yeah, it's been a trying time for the entire organization. The medical and training staff, without a doubt, has been the busiest year in recent history for these guys. And Joe Girardi really been challenged to come up with the right combination of different lineups with different players every night.
And Dozier with a fly ball to left field. Backing up is Almonte. He makes the play. One away. You can see it's raining right now. Not too heavy, but let's take a look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 76 degrees, 70% humidity. The wind is 12 miles per hour. It's a drizzle right now, and on and off showers are possible.
Well, the fact that we started on time when it looked a little sketchy earlier in the day is a great sign for this game.
They didn't take on-field batting practice. The field was covered with the tarp. Parmalee takes outside. David, I think from the outside looking in, people will always go, well, how's this team going to absorb and deal with Jeter again being injured right away? And, I mean, I certainly can't speak to it anyway like you can, but I think the ball players think about themselves. I mean, they feel sorry for their teammate, but they've got a job to do.
Well, you know, that's the whole thing. When you play as many games as Major League players do, it's about turning the page. It's the next day. It's who's in the lineup. Somebody else is going to play. Somebody else gets an opportunity. So you have to have that mentality with this grinding type of schedule.
Parmalee with a fly ball to left. Yankees baseball available in Spanish by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP brought to you by Infinity. Now, I hope people don't take it as sounding cold, but there's no other way that you could deal with it. I mean, if you sit there and feel sorry for yourself and the team and worry, how are we going to do it without Derek or Teixeira or Youkilis or Granderson? I don't think the Yankees would be 8 games up right now, 8 games over 500.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's probably been Joe Girardi's best year of managing this year. He's had more problems, more injuries. Of course, the Yankee pitching staff has been the one constant. And this guy on the mound, once again, right at the top.
Joe Mauer takes a strike. He's going to the All-Star game, and how convenient for him finishing the first half of the season at Yankee Stadium and then just going right across the RFK Bridge to Citi Field for the All-Star game.
You know, with regards to Jeter, Michael, there's just no way to simulate the adrenaline rush that you get in a big league game. You know, you can train all you want. He said he was on a morning routine. 6 in the morning he'd get up, go to bed at 10 at night. There's no way you can test your leg or your ankle without busting it out of the box like he did his first at-bat to get that infield hit. There's no way he ran that hard in any of those rehab games, in any of his training sessions in Tampa. The only way to find out is to do it up here with that adrenaline rush that you get, you know, in Yankee Stadium in your first game back.
Lined into left field, and Almonte will play it on a hop. So Mauer with a hit. And you're right, David, because he kept saying, you know, I wasn't rushed because I've been running for weeks. But there's nothing like running down that first baseline when you think you might get a hit. And I think he kicked it into a gear he had never tried to have.
Yeah, that's the difference in baseball. You know, it's not an aerobic sport. There's a lot of standing around, and then all of a sudden you have to bust it and make a quick move and get out of the box. There's really no way to train for that. I guarantee you, all the training sessions he had in Tampa, he warmed up slowly, made sure his ankle and his legs were loose, and then he ran full speed. That's not the way it works in a game.
There's Justin Morneau. Count 1-0, and he was DHing yesterday as well, so it wasn't like he was staying loose on the field. He DH'd a lot while he was rehabbing. You know, there was a lot of simulated games too, so he thought he was ready. Yankees thought he was ready, and he was. And you know, you could get a quad pull when you're 23 years old. Grounded to first, past Overbay, and into right field. Mauer Goes to third, the base hit for Morneau. Morneau needed that one. He was 2 for 22 on this road trip.
Seems like he likes hitting here at Yankee Stadium, that's for sure. Over the last several years, Justin Morneau has really had good at-bats here in the Bronx. Lyle Overbay, not much time to react, as that ball was hit very well.
This is a pattern with Kuroda, and a lot of good pitchers fall into this. They struggle in the first inning when they try to find out what's working, what's not working. Here's Ryan Domit. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Yankees took 4 in a row from the Twins in Minnesota, the last road trip. And here in New York, they usually beat up on Minnesota. 7 losses against the Twins in 37 games since 2002 here in the Bronx. And what's amazing about that is that the Twins are not a good team this year. They're rebuilding 37 and 52, but those years while the Yankees were punishing them, they're making the playoffs, but they would just come in here and they could not beat the Yankees. They couldn't beat the Yankees in the playoffs either. It was Ron Gardenhire, their manager. Count 1-2.
We saw it in the open, and this is that Kuroda splitter. As you see, the effectiveness of it is it's right over the heart of the home plate. So the grip and the arm speed fool the batter, but it looks like it's right down the pipe and ends up in the dirt just behind home plate.
Off the glove of a diving Overbay. Cano backing up, flips to Overbay. And Kuroda gets out of the inning. He scored that 3-4-3. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Yankees coming to bat. Presented by Lexus. Brett Gardner in center field will lead off, batting second, playing right field. Ichiro Suzuki, Robinson Cano at second base, hit third. Cleaning up the DH, Vernon Wells. Zoilo Almonte at left field will bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing first base, Lyle Overbay. Eduardo Nunez, the shortstop, bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing third base, Luis Cruz. And Chris Stewart will catch, and he'll bat ninth.
See the lefty Scott Diamond in his second full year at the big leagues. Struggling a bit this year. You see the record, 5-8, high ERA, a lot of hits per innings. Good walks, though, to innings pitch ratio. And we're going to give you the pitcher scout report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. He's in control. His 1.6 base on balls per 9 innings was the lowest in the AL last year in 2012. He's only walked one batter to lead off an inning this year in 94 tries. And well-rounded. Wow, guy's got a degree, Michael, in industrial systems engineering from Binghamton University in New York, and he lives in Manhattan during the offseason. And building block. As we said, last year was the big year, struggling this year, but the Twins still view him as a building block. His 3.54 ERA was third amongst rookies last year, so they still have a lot of faith in this kid. Just his second full year in the big leagues.
Steady mist falling here at the stadium as we start the bottom of the first inning. Gardner pinch hit for Jeter in yesterday's game, and that was in the 8th inning, and that kind of sent up a little bit of a warning flare that something was amiss. Pitch is high. You started to think, well, Jeter had 4 at bats, maybe that's enough. Yankees have a big lead. We found out later that the quad had become an issue, and Jeter honestly told Joe Girardi what was going on, and Joe said, that'll do it. Oh! And probably a good idea, David, because if you play with a grade 1, then it might become a higher grade.
Yeah, quad is nothing to mess with. Those are, in my opinion, worse than hamstring injuries. If you get a deep quad strain or tear in your quad, that's just such a big muscle, and it's very hard to rehab, very hard to come back from.
Oh! Of all the grades that you can get, grade 1 sounds, well, that's great, number 1, but it's the best one to have because it's the least amount of strain.
Sort of like a hurricane, right? Hurricane 5?
Mm-hmm.
I thought Jeter was funny in his post-game conference. He said, well, they MRA everything around here now. You can't blame the Yankees for the kind of year they've had. At least they have all those facilities in-house now, whereas back in the day at the old Yankee Stadium, you'd be hopping in a truck and going to the hospital. Nowadays, at the new Yankee Stadium, you have everything you need right here.
3-2. Strike 3. Gardner down looking. Let's check out the defense behind Scott Diamond. In the outfield, it's Arcia, Hicks, and Parmalee left to right. And in the infield, it's Proof, Florimon, Dozier, and Morneau. Maurer behind the plate, and Diamond is on the mound. And there's a strike to Ichiro.
Did I really say Manhattan? Manhattan, Michael? Or did I say Manhattan when I just said?
You said Manhattan. Manhattan. Like a Manhattanite.
Like a Manhattanite, huh? Scott Diamond, you know. We talked about his degree he got at Binghamton University. Sharp guy, loves Manhattan and the culture. How would Bob Shepard say Manhattan?
Manhattan.
Number 1.
Florimon. Scott's fiance is a teacher on the Upper West Side in Manhattan, and he does spend his winters here. That'll bring up Cano.
See the big change in the numbers with Cano over the years. Notice the 381 on base percentage. Taking the walks now. I know Michael's mentioned that the last couple of games. Almost has to. Because he knows he's going to get pitched around. If there's any runners on base, and everybody throughout the league is going to say, this is the one guy in the Yankee lineup you do not want to let beat you. And the month of July, come on strong.
The 4 home runs he has this month, 3 of them were in Minnesota, which is a big yard. Now, we gave the stat yesterday, David, that really jumped out at me. We showed on the open base hit. A couple batters before, they intentionally walked Cano, and that's the 14th time he was intentionally walked in and that's the most by any Yankee before the All-Star game, going back to Mickey Mantle. And it just shows you that there's not real big protection behind him. And in that Minnesota series, it was strange. Ron Gardenhire, and you'll take a look at the 3 home runs he had in this series, said before the series, I'm not going to let Cano beat me. And there's visual proof. They pitched to him more than they should have.
The amazing part is to all fields, all those home runs, one to right, one to center, one to left. Shows you the type of hitter that Cano is. Gardenhire, one of the really good guys, good managers in the game, really going through a tough time. Actually, in one of the Minnesota's papers today, they were talking about Paul Molitor. He mentioned as a possible replacement, and all of a sudden, you kind of wonder, is Gardenhire's job on the line now? But well respected, and the ownership really likes him too. So I doubt if anything's going to happen in the near future, but certainly have a guy like Paul Molitor out there waiting in the wings, a Minnesota native. It's going to be some fodder for the media to chew on.
Really kind of hard to judge Gardenhire harshly. It's not like he has a very good team and they're playing poorly. They know that they don't have a great team. They're rebuilding. Sometimes the old saying, I can't get rid of 25 players. 3-2. And a walk to Cano as the on-base percentage goes up. Well, Terry Ryan is the guy that's trying to rebuild this team. He had retired, turned it over to Bill Smith, and they fell upon hard times, and the ownership asked him, please come back. And he's here. He's a couple booths over. He's a very steady, wise old baseball man. I'm not sure he's going to be pulling the trigger that quickly on Gardenhire. Rain coming down a little bit harder as Vernon Wells steps in.
Wells' average creep back up after a long drought on the heels of a great start to his Yankee career in the month of April. Really swinging the bat much better as of late.
Done in his last 8 games. When the Yankees called up Almonte, he essentially took Vernon Wells' job. Being a veteran, he didn't sulk and he went to work and really worked hard with Kevin Long. Really long sessions in the batting cage. And since Almonte came up, his playing time has dipped, but when he does play, he's really been producing. And now Diamond has lost the plate as he walks 2 batters. David, it is raining. We see it. This is a great field that drains well, but footing has to be a little bit suspect. How tough is it for a pitcher right now, the way the weather is at this point?
Well, it's not to the point yet where the mound's getting slick, or you could slip out there. It's still early enough. The grip on the ball, you can see you got the rosin bag. You're going to have to make sure that you keep your spikes clear, as he does right there, because one of the keys is when you build your hole up in front of the mound, no pitcher pitches on top of the rubber. You get your hole dug out right in front of the rubber, and if your cleats fill up with mud, then that can create problems on your leverage and your balance on the mound.
Does a slick baseball come into play, or because it's in the glove as you get in the sign, it stays dry?
You usually have enough time in between pitches, and you can always go to the rosin bag, and you can rub up the ball yourself and make sure you have a decent grip. But the more it rains and the harder it rains, that can become an issue as well. The pitcher's all about alignment. That's why sometimes the first inning's so hard for a pitcher, because you have to get your alignment right. You have to get your holes dug out. Your hole in front of the mound, the hole you pitch from here, and where you land down there. That can be compromised too in wet weather.
Ground ball, grabbed there by Morneau, fires to second. That's a big-time play by the Twins' first baseman. Outstanding play by Morneau. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 walks, 2 runners left on base. Morneau saved a run and got the force at second. Yankees, here's how we started the conversation. Do you agree with the winners of the final vote campaign for the last All-Star spots? Why or why not? Robert Zawiek, absolutely not. How can a team that's last in its division deserve 2 All-Stars? Robertson deserved the final vote in the AL. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees Prius to keep the conversation going. Steve Delabar won the American League spot, and Freddie Freeman won the National League spot. Strike to Plouffe.
Usually for Kuroda, the first inning has been the trouble for him, doing very well tonight in the first. So generally his format is to really strengthen as he goes on. His command gets better, his secondary pitches get better as he goes. He's one of those horses that you have to get him early.
Base hit up the middle. It's time for the MetLife I Can Do This stat of the game. Yankees starting pitchers in the last 10 starts, 7-2, 2.71. And when you look at where the Yankees are and what they do or can't do offensively, it's got to be the pitching, David. I mean, they always say, what, pitching is 90% of the game? But this Yankee season might be 97% of the game.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, collectively, too, not just the starters, the bullpen, very solid this year. In fact, runs per game given up, the Yankees and Oakland are tied with the fewest, 3.92 runs per game allowed. So collectively, the Yankees allow the fewest runs in the league, tied with Oakland. On the other end of the spectrum, Minnesota, second to worst. Only Houston gives up more runs per game. 5.32 for Houston, 4.72 for Minnesota's pitching staff. That's how you explain the Yankees still in the race, still this many games above 500. Looking to finish with a good series here against Minnesota before the break, and then hope for help in the return of Jeter and possibly Alex Rodriguez and Curtis Granderson.
Red Sox pulled one out in extra innings yesterday, so they hold a 6-game lead, 5 in the loss column over the Yankees. Red Hot Rays 3.5 back, Orioles 5.5 back, and the Blue Jays at 44 and 47. Count 2-1 on Oswaldo Arcia.
One thing both of these teams do well, Michael, is control the running game. You know, Minnesota's allowed just 33 stolen bases and caught 18. And Chris Stewart, the Yankees, as I've said all along, Stewart very underrated defensively. The Yankees have just allowed 30 stolen bases and caught 15 of them. So the second fewest amount of stolen bases against the Yankees this year in the American League. Just a 50% success rate against the Yankee catchers. Kuroda does a lot of the little things well. He's not known for a great pickoff move, or he's not especially quick to home plate, but he varies his delivery and gives his catchers generally a chance to throw runners out.
And Arcia strikes out.
Once again, the splitter looks like it's right down the middle and just dives. So effective. Arm speed says fastball. The grip takes enough off of it, and a little movement downward underneath the bat.
Here's Aaron Hicks.
Think that Minnesota would try to get some motion here, maybe a hit run, or try to get some movement on the base pass. Certainly a good opportunity here. 1-1 count with 1 out.
Close.
Kuroda's thinking the same thing, or even more importantly, Tony Pena, who controls the running game. A couple of quick throws over to first. It's a good sneaky move. A lot of times pitchers, before they come set, will do the quick move and the snap throw to first.
Hicks waves through that pitch. That's the splitter that David showed you earlier.
By far his most effective pitch this year. GC hitters just are not picking it up. And the beauty of it, again, is it's right over home plate. It's not off the plate. It's not running away out of the strike zone. It's a ball that looks like a strike till the last minute. One of the keys, I think, for veteran pitchers is to throw strikes that look like balls and balls that look like strikes. And Kuroda seemingly has mastered that over the last couple of years, especially as a Yankee. meaning that if you throw a curveball or a slider, it looks like it's outside, and then it dips over the outside corner. So a strike that looks like a ball, and the splitter's a ball that looks like a strike.
Let's see if they send Plouffe from first. 3-2 count. They do. And that one's grounded to Overbay. 2 outs as Plouffe moves to second. You can see that with this being the Twins' final trip in and the All-Star break coming up, that they've committed to playing this sort of weather. Now, if it continues to rain like this for 9 innings, the infield will be compromised and slowed down quite a bit. So the skies would really have to open up for them to put the tarp on.
It's going to be a busy night for the grounds crew. It's just, as Michael said, it's just not raining hard enough to put the tarp on, but get the diamond dry ready.
Broke his bat, fouled it off.
One of the beauties of Kuroda in that splitter is that really good wrist position, as you see Florimon way out in front, right off the end of the bat. And that'll jam your thumb a little bit. It'll send a sting through your hands. And you see a lot of pitchers, Michael, that throw splitters, and you can kind of lazy wrist it or turn your wrist to the side a little bit and get the ball to run away from a lefty. You have to be really disciplined with your wrist position to get that ball to go straight down like he does.
The 0-2. 1-2. Well, they've made him work in this inning. Just 1 hit, but he's thrown 20 pitches. Stays alive.
It's a lot of quality pitches. You know, not all that's on Kuroda. Sometimes your stuff is so good that you're either getting swing and misses or foul balls, and it's hard with sharp stuff to get him to put it in play. A lot of strikeout pitchers fall into that category where their pitch counts get up so high, but it's kind of you know, a problem of stuff being too sharp or too crisp. It's not as if he's wild all over the zone.
Dribbled slowly at the first baseline. Kuroda makes the play and makes the tag for the final out of the second. No runs hit, 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the second. There's no score. PCs or laptops with Verizon Fios. Get a full season of live Yankee games on the go for just $29.99. And if you're a Verizon Fios TV customer with Fios Internet, go to yesnetwork.com to get more information and subscribe now. Rain continuing to fall as we go to the bottom of the second inning. What is that? There's a gleam on the top of the wall in the outfield. Yankees have dodged some bad weather all week and got the 4 games with the Royals in. And Overbay grounds it foul. Kelleher with the play. Overbay's had a good homestand for the Yankees. 8 for 22, 2 homers and 7 ribbies. 42 RBIs in the first half of the season for what is essentially a scrap heap player. One of your division rivals let him go with 3 days left in spring training. The Yankees kind of desperate with the injury to Teixeira, and you can't sneeze at what Overbay has done for this team.
Certainly the power numbers and the clutch hitting. You know, 245 batting average and on-base percentage don't jump out at you. It's certainly a little below league average, but the power numbers and the clutch hitting, especially with 2 outs in RBI situations, explain how he has 42 RBIs.
And now another base hit. And he has to play more than he's played in the last couple of years, facing lefties, and he's always been a very good ball player, but the last couple of years he fell into a part-time role and then got released at just the right time for the Yankees. So Overbay on first, and here is Eduardo Nunez. On one day, the fortunes of Nunez kind of swing. Jeter comes up yesterday. He's the DH. He's supposed to play shortstop today, and Nunez probably thought, well, my chances of playing shortstop a lot, they're over. But now Derek will be missing this entire weekend, and who knows how long after that. So Nunez back at short, because he really did hurt his chances to be making a statement for his future here, because with Jeter out the entire first half of the year, Nunez is hurt, and the Yankee shortstops just didn't do the job, and Nunez can't be blamed for that. So he was out with an oblique pull for 2 months. So he could make a case, think of me in the future. And as we move on, David, you know, when Derek comes back, and even next year he's going to be a 40-year-old shortstop. You've got to have another shortstop on the team. Derek can't play 150 games short.
Well, there's no doubt looking forward. You know, Nunez is the guy. He's the next best in line to Derek Jeter. And a lot of rumors about Yankees' interest in Cleveland shortstop Asdrubal Cabrera, and Buster Olney reporting that the Yankees have asked about him. So it makes you wonder, you know, moving forward, you know, what the plan's going to be. But as of now, it's get Jeter healthy, and you've got Nunez right behind him.
Ground ball at third. There's one. Not in time for 2. All right, let's check out the injury report brought to you by Montefiore Medical Center, Inspired Medicine. And it's about Derek Jeter, 1 for 4 yesterday, ribby run scored, strained right quad, left the game for a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. He's out for the weekend series. He's reevaluated next week, and they're talking about we hope he could play on Friday. But David said it earlier, quad injuries, they could be bears. They really can.
The best part is it's just a grade 1 strain, and they got him right out of the game. And you also have the All-Star game coming up, so you have a natural break next week, 3 or 4 days, and he can have extra time before his first game after the break.
Squibb the other way, grabbed by Morneau. He'll step on the bag to retire Luis Cruz, and Nunez moves to second.
Morneau, excellent range at first base. Actually, across the infield, Minnesota, some of the best defenders in the league so far this year. And Justin Morneau is ranked out number 1 in one of the defensive metrics called range factor, according to baseballreference.com. Morneau's the best range factor first baseman, and Dozier is the best range factor second baseman, and Florman also number 1 ranked in that particular defensive metric. So, and also Hicks in center field, so they're pretty strong up the middle. He's ranked number 4 in terms of range factor. So what does that mean? Well, they get to more balls than most other defenders at their position. And Morneau, excellent at first base.
Rip foul.
Sort of, Michael, you know, that's sort of been Minnesota's strategy for years in developing their pitchers, similar to Tampa Bay. They don't have a lot of strikeout guys. They do get a lot of ground balls. They lead the league in ground ball double plays collectively as a staff. 87 double plays this year, but just 526 strikeouts from the team, Minnesota pitching staff, which is the fewest in the American League. So they preach put it in play. They have good defenders behind them.
You wonder if that is an offshoot of being a lower payroll club. Hard throwers, strikeout pitchers cost more. They cost more money.
Certainly a factor, without a doubt. And of course, when they did develop their strikeout pitchers, Johan Santana and Francisco Liriano, they were eventually dealt.
Two and two. And the count is full on Stewart. Nunez at second with 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning here at the stadium. First of 3 between the Yankees and the Twins.
Not a great ratio for a control pitcher from Scott Diamond on the mound. This will be his 39th pitch. 29 balls and 17 strikes.
Grounded to short, Florman gets Stewart, and that will do it. No runs to hit, 1 man left. Let's go to the third. 0-0. David.
Yeah, bounce back. Well, coming off a 4-game sweep at the hands of the Tampa Bay Rays and are 1-6 overall on this 10-game road trip. Got a tough matchup here in the Bronx, looking to try to bounce out. And a swing and a miss. Twins batters struck out 19 times in a 13-inning loss on Wednesday. That was a franchise record and added 13 more Ks yesterday for a 2-day total of 32. Another franchise record. And behind the 8 ball, while their pitching staff is allowing 4.272 runs per game. And that is the second most in the AL, and only Houston is worst. And yeah, that's tough to play that way when you're constantly behind in the game and you're always having to battle uphill.
Lincoln scoreboard, no score. One and one. That's a lot of strikeouts. Driven into left center field. Going back is Gardner, and he's going to have to play it off the wall. Making a turn at second is Dozier. He'll stay right there. So leadoff double for the Twins second baseman.
Well, I talked about Dozier and his range at second base, and he's got some wheels, and he gets a pitch out over the plate and finds Death Valley in the gap, and he's got to be thinking 3 right here with his speed. But Gardner gets to it and gets it in quick. See Dozier with a quick little stroke on a fastball up and out over the plate. That's a Yes-Mo from Mercedes-Benz. Right there, just running right to his barrel. Right there, you got to think he's thinking 3. Makes a hard turn and then hits the brakes. Wise move with nobody out. Oh!
Count 0-1 to Parmalee. Three infielders on the right side for the lefty swinging right fielder. That's a broken bat. Pop up into shallow center. Right there is Gardner for the first out. So on a team like the Twins that has to scratch and claw, that's something that Ron Gardner will not like. He wanted him to pull the ball and move the runner over.
See, Parmalee's not happy about it either. A good pitch from Kuroda, though.
Here's Mauer. Twins reached deep down to sign Mauer to a long-term deal. Local kid, could not afford to lose him. Opened up a new ballpark. But now a team like the Twins, can they tie up that much of a percentage of their payroll in just one player? And also a catcher who's such a good catcher, but to keep his bat in the lineup, you can't catch him 150 games a year. It kind of limits you a little bit.
That's a very good point, Michael. And moving forward on down the line, how do they protect him? As you see, Joe Mauer, just 184 since May 18th with runners in scoring position. Very un-Mauer-like. But is excellent behind the plate. We mentioned his numbers throwing out runners among the league leaders.
You talk to baseball men, David, and they say the worst thing is if you're a National League team and your best hitter is a catcher. And the Mets had that with Mike Piazza. There's no DH. You know, at least the Twins could DH him. They could play first, but Piazza wasn't a good first baseman. There was no DH to stick him in the National League. So when your catcher's your best player, that's tough. It's a challenge.
There's no doubt that general managers around both leagues are looking for more versatility, especially in today's game when you're carrying more pitchers in the bullpen. 12 or 13 pitchers on a staff, you've got to have players that can play more than one position.
Now here's Justin Morneau, and let's take a look at the hitter scouting report brought to us by Jeep.
Well, you wonder about Justin Morneau with the trade deadline coming up, moving on. He's in the final year of a 6-year, $80 million contract with the Twins. And is he returning to old form? He averaged 30 home runs and 118 RBIs from 06 to 09. One of the best players in the game, including MVP. But on the road this year, he's kind of struggled. He's batted just .219 with 1 home run on the road compared to at home in Minnesota. He hit .323 and 6 home runs. So, you know, kind of an odd split for Justin Morneau, but he's definitely back into the swing of things. He's got 51 RBIs so far this year. He's had concussion problems and injury issues the last couple of years. And you got to wonder, you know, what Minnesota's going to decide as that trade deadline approaches. And Morneau certainly still has a lot of value. And as we mentioned before, a very good defender at first base as well.
He's a free agent at the end of this year. And he loves hitting here at this new ballpark. 23 for 49, 469, and that's after a single in the first inning, 7 homers and 10 ribbies. That's in 14 games. And the strange thing is, the 2 best players on the Twins are Mauer and Morneau. And Target Field is a beautiful, beautiful stadium, but it's the Grand Canyon, especially for a right-handed batter. It took away your 2 power hitters. They moved from the Metrodome, which was a great home run hitting park, especially for lefty hitters. And now you move them to Target Field, and it's really quite a poke to get it out.
Kind of see the dancing raindrops as it's a swirling wind here in the Bronx. Even though that's not a heavy rain, it's kind of a crooked rain, Michael. A very underrated fastball, a 2-seam moving fastball away from Morneau at 93 miles an hour. And we talk a lot about Kuroda's splitter. His fastball very undervalued as well.
Swings and misses as Morneau down on strikes.
This is just flat out nasty. Coming off of that 2-seamer, this is 88 miles an hour. You can see the rotation coming out with the split, but a split finger still has spin on it. So Morneau reads fastball. And a very hard power splitter from Kuroda. He can variate the grip and the velocity on that pitch. That one particularly nasty.
Pick us up with 2 right here. Come on.
Here's Domit. Want him on.
A lot of times, as you see, 31 strikes to 24 balls, and I mentioned it early, 56 pitch coming here in the 3rd. So when you have really good stuff, as Kuroda does tonight, sometimes it's hard to make it happen early in the zone or in the count. He's running a lot of deep counts. Because a lot of swing and misses too. Splitter is exceptionally good tonight. A lot of swing and misses already.
Stewart blocks the pitch.
Certainly very used to pitching in these type of games. He hasn't had a whole lot of run support.
Tap to third. Cruz steps on the bag to get the force, and that'll do it. No runs to hit, no errors, and two-man left on base. We're to the bottom of the third. No score. And there's the bat that he hit that home run in Game 5 of the ALCS in 1976 against the Royals and Mark Littell. And Chambliss is at the ballpark today. He's actually going to auction off that bat, and he talked about the home run.
And I swung at it and I hit it out. And so that moment, as you know, was the highlight of my career. And fans were running all over the field. And I know I touched first and second, but third and home was a little difficult because fans were everywhere, and it was just a tremendous moment. And I was kind of like running for my life to get back into this dugout.
An amazing moment in Yankee history, and the funny part is I was talking to Willie Randolph about it today, about that home run, and you could see in that clip Willie was kind of lead blocking for him. He said, because I really felt you had to touch all the bases, like that's what we did in Brooklyn playing the Sandlot in order for it to count. He said, I was blocking from between first and second, and a fan grabbed my hat. He said, and because he grabbed my hat, he also grabbed a big piece of my hair and ripped it out of my head. He said, forget about this blocking. He said, I headed back into the dugout. He said, everybody was scared for their life. Now, smartly, Major League Baseball doesn't allow people on the field like that. There's better security, but it was bedlam in the Bronx that day. Sent the Yankees to the World Series for the first time in 12 years. And Chambliss said that he would never have retrieved the bat if it wasn't for Greg Nettles, who grabbed it before the fans could get to it and ran into the Yankee clubhouse with it. Brett Gardner grounds one foul.
Still remember Howard Cosell's call on that one after he stepped all over Keith Jackson first.
My goodness, did he ever. It's gone! And you know what? When he said it's gone, it wasn't definitely gone. It was very, very close to being caught.
Yeah, Hal McRae leaping up to the top of the wall.
Lincoln scoreboard, no score, bottom of the third. Now, I'm assuming that must have been a traumatic home run for young, cute, adorable David Cohn back in Kansas City.
Crushing home run, yes.
So 76, how old were you?
I was 13 years old. I mean, that was right in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Yes, without a doubt. I was playing wiffle ball in the backyard, and Chris Chambliss got drilled. My brother playing the role of Chris Chambliss the next day definitely got drilled.
That was, of course, at Candlestick Park.
Yes. I guarantee you that, George Brett, who was just here with the Royals, is now the hitting coach, is You see, might need some security down there to help that guy out. But George Brett, without a doubt, I think to this day, even though he's mellowed, Michael still hates the Yankees. He still has venom in his blood. There was a matchup 4 out of 5 years in the late 70s, and then finally the Royals broke through in 1980 and beat the Yankees, and it was George Brett's home run off of Goose Gossage in Game 5 at the old Yankee Stadium that finally broke the Royals through.
Chopped to second. Dozier. One away. Well, we told the story when the Royals were in town, but I was watching the George Steinbrenner Yankeeography, and George Brett was being interviewed, and Mr. Steinbrenner saw George Brett. I guess it was in the mid '90s or something. He said, "I really don't like you." He goes, "Why?" He says, "You beat us every year. I just beat you 1 year, just once, and you beat us every year." And George Steinbrenner said, "Too many times. One too many times." That was a great rivalry. Great games. The Royals were an outstanding team.
Yeah, all you have to do if you're a kid out there, go to YouTube. Go to YouTube right now. If you're at home, you got a computer or an iPad, and Google Hal McRae's roll block of Willie Randolph in the middle of that series.
High fly ball down the right field line.
Also Google George Brett sliding into third base and coming up swinging at Greg Nettles and staying in the game. Umpires let him stay in the game. They had a full fisticuff brawl. No problem. Those were men. They played for keeps.
Yeah, they've changed the rule because of that Hal McRae roll block.
Willie Randolph ended up almost in the outfield grass after that roll block from Hal McRae, breaking up a double play.
Starting to rain a little bit harder here at the stadium. And the wind definitely blowing in. Loop to left field, and it's a foul ball. Now, George Brett did meet the media earlier this week, and he talked about the Yankees and Goose Gossage.
Well, I hated him, too. I hated everybody on the Yankees. I really did. I hated them all back in that era. And it's funny how Goose and I have become such good friends now since he got inducted in the Hall of Fame. And
they don't just throw the word around hate. They really hated each other. And the Yankees hated the Red Sox, and the Yankees hated the Royals, and both those teams hated the Yankees.
You think about George, he's really mellowed, Michael. Two things George Brett was known for. One was the hemorrhoids in the World Series, and the other one was the Pine Tar game. And here's a guy who's one of the greatest players of all time, over 3,000 hits. One of the greatest third basemen of all time.
He actually mentioned that because everybody thinks of him with the Pine Tar. He said, I don't mind it, though. He said, because before the Pine Tar game, he said, everybody thought of me as the hemorrhoid guy. He said he had to leave a World Series game, everybody, because of hemorrhoids. And, he was always made fun of. He said, people have forgotten about that. And now it's George Brett and Pine Tar, he said, which is much better.
He actually had surgery, hemorrhoid surgery, in the middle of the World Series. Came back and played the next day.
Here's the 2-2. Ground ball to second. Dozier for the second out. One last thing about the Chambliss home run. It's a great trivia question. If you ever want to ask it at a party, who was on deck when Chris Chambliss hit the home run? And people think of everybody on that 76 team, and they usually don't get it. The guy's number was number 2, which is now owned by Derek and probably be the last Yankee player to ever wear it. But the answer was Sandy Alomar Jr. No. Sandy Alomar Sr. Sandy Alomar Jr.
Wasn't born yet.
I wasn't born yet.
That's bad pitching by Mark Littell.
just stepped out. Time was not called. That pitch counted.
Well, you know, we talked about the rain here, even though it isn't real heavy. It is sort of a crooked rain, a sideways rain because of the breeze, and that's the kind of rain that gives hitters more trouble because it gets in your eyes as you can know step out, and that's a crooked rain. It's not coming down. It's going left to right. Oh!
And you talk to hitters, the thing that really bothers them when it's raining, not so much the rain coming down, but when it's on the bill of your cap, and then those little droplets come down. I mean, you're trying to lock in and read spin on a baseball, and a little droplet of rain drops in front of your eye. A little disconcerting. You see Robbie keeps taking the helmet off and wiping it on his pants so he doesn't get that effect. Let's just say not perfect conditions for baseball right now. 3-1 to Cano.
Definitely advantage pitchers. As long as you have your footing and you have your grip, you have the upper hand in this weather.
Would you say, David, it's raining harder now than it has been all night?
Yes, it's gradually picking up, and the wind is blowing as well, which means double trouble.
Driven out to left field. And the slice is foul. You get the uneasy feeling, David, that somewhere in our studios the sax player is warming up. That sad rain delay sax music. Let's hope that we don't hear it.
And Robbie Cano almost an excuse me home run. If you are part of the Yankees ground crew, you are ready to go. They have bags of Diamond Dry that are going to be out on this field sometime in the next couple of innings, in between innings. If you see the guys have the rakes ready to go, you are on call tonight.
Three-two. And Cano with another walk. Grounded to third. Plouffe over to second, and that will do it here in the third. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. We go back to 1976, and as Howard would say, it's gone! And it was, and the Yankees went to the World Series. NY quits for free help today. And 06, Justin Morneau won the AL MVP. And Johan Santana won the American League Cy Young. Who were the runners-up to each award? Now, usually when we ask questions like this, as a hint, there's usually a Yankee involved in there. So I wonder if that's the case here.
I think I know one of them. Johan Santana was just filthy that year. What stuff he had is coming up with the Twins.
Now you see they put the drying agent on the mound. Does that get too cakey? Does that help, David?
But it does help. I mean, you still have to re-dig your holes back out and make sure that your alignment is right, but it does soak up some of the moisture. You know, one of the keys in this type of weather is just to keep your spikes clear. Because once mud clumps up in your spikes on the bottom of your shoe, then you can really have it, you know, the danger can be slipping at that point because of the clumps of mud in your spikes. But, you know, the drying agent does work. It does soak up some of the moisture.
What would you say, like most agents, it soaks up 10%?
Yeah, that's pretty close.
MLB.tv is celebrating 11 years. Join the millions of fans and subscribe today. Watch every out-of-market game live online on your favorite mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.tv Premium. Visit MLB.tv today. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Trevor Plouffe takes outside 1-0. Oh. 1-1. Plouffe with a single to center in the second inning. Twins actually have 4 hits against Kuroda, but they've been unable to bring anybody home. And there's another base hit for Trevor Plouffe. The flags in left center field really whipping up a storm. They are starched out for sure, so the wind is blowing briskly in. And that's the way the rain is coming in right into the hitter's eyes. Here's Arcia. Oh! 0-1. Arcia hitless in his last 17 at bats. And on this road trip, which has been a bear for the Twins, he's 3 for 25. Twins are 1-6 on this 10-game trip. 1-2 against Toronto. They were swept in 4 games by Tampa Bay. And this road trip comes on the heels of being swept at home by the Yankees in 4 games.
Certainly see a lot of scouts around both leagues following the Twins right now.
Stewart blocks it, but heads up base running by Plouffe, and he hits the second on the wild pitch.
Once again, the Kuroda splitter down. Not much you can do with that sort of one. As you see, the ball ricochets off of Stewart's chest protector, and no real chance. And the reason the scouts are falling around the Twins because the trade deadline's coming, and they're looking at everybody on the Twins roster.
Arcia down on strikes, second time. The one thing the Twins have going for them, and you'll see Garcia swinging to a pitch up and out of the zone. With the 2 wild cards now, a lot of teams don't know whether they're buyers or sellers because they're within striking distance. The Twins really are not. The Twins know they're not going to make a run at a postseason spot, so they can move people and do it without trepidation. So they're one of the teams that are being heavily scouted. Milwaukee's like that as well. The White Sox.
Yeah, this last little stretch has really hurt Minnesota. They're 1-9 in their last 10 and really bounced them down in the division.
Hey, the White Sox have already said everybody is available on our team other than Chris Sale. Trade deadline is the end of this month. And when you look at the Yankees, David, the difficulty they have is a lot of what they do, if they do anything, is predicated on whether or not Alex Rodriguez comes back. They need a right-handed bat. They need a third baseman. It could be him. If it's not him, then they might have to make a deal, but they're not going to know whether it's him or not until right up against the trade deadline. The 2-0. Strike. 2-1 on Hicks. Now you know it's been raining a while, and it's going to start to affect the field when you look at the warning track. In foul territory, there's a sheen to the warning track, which means it's starting to get muddy. And then in the outfield, there's starting to be some standing water. You can see reflection out by the scoreboards in left and right center field. Fly ball. Left field, Wynn takes it, and Almonte stays with it to put it away. That's strange, David, because the wind's blowing in, and that ball went out.
Definitely a swirling wind here in the Bronx. Sometimes big upper decks like these stadium, like the one here at Yankee Stadium, can cause the wind to kind of swirl. Come in, and all of a sudden, you better get back. And Almonte did a good job staying with that. Not only the wind, but the raindrops. Obviously, we talked about the Twins and their position. And a lot of scouts following this team. There's obviously 2 guys that jump off the board. You want a power hitter, you got a first baseman, you got Morneau. Also in the bullpen, Glenn Perkins made the All-Star team. He's had a good run as a closer for the Twins. So if you need, a lot of teams out there looking for late inning bullpen relief or some power in their lineup, and the Twins have 2 prime candidates. Whether or not they'll be available or not remains to be seen. There's a big left-handed bat right there that is coveted by a lot of teams.
Swing and a miss. Bat goes flying over the Yankee dugout, and Kuroda gets out of a jam. No runs are hit, no errors, and 1 man left on a rainy Friday night. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Here in the Bronx, no score, Yankees and the Twins. Quiz in 06, Morneau won the AL MVP. Santana won the AL Cy Young. Who were the runners-up to each awards?
I got to believe Jeter was right there in the thick of it in 2006. Let's see. The pitcher? I'm not sure. Cy Young.
Wow.
Wow, that's Chen-Ming Wang. Yeah, geez, 19 wins 2 years in a row for the Yankees.
I would have never, ever thought that. Wow. Chen-Ming Wang's now with the Blue Jays.
It's funny, you know, you talk about right pronunciations of names. Even the Yankees called him Wang.
Yes, they did.
His pronunciation was Wong. They also called Teixeira Teixeira all the time, too. So it's almost on purpose. You try to mispronounce guys' names that are tricky. Jeter had a heck of a year that year. Actually, according to Sabermetrics, he had a higher WAR rating than Morneau did that year. When you factor in base running and defense.
Danny Cunningham's grounds crew is trying to take care of the infield. You know, we told you a steady rain like that, there's really nothing that the crew can do other than stand there and watch and then wait until the umpire say, okay, put some of that drying agent on it. And now they're bringing more sand out on a load of sand in a little golf cart, and it's coming right behind shortstop. So, wow. That's a lot of stuff. Hey, let's check out the McDonald's upcoming schedule. 2 more games against the Twins, both matinees on Saturday and Sunday. Then it's All-Star break. The All-Star games at Citi Field, you could watch that one on Fox. And then next weekend, big series. Yankees and the Red Sox will have the first game on Yes, second game's on Fox, and the third game is on ESPN. And Saturday and Sunday, we have Yankee extra innings after both of those games, so we will be all over it.
Well, if this was hockey, Michael, you see we got a little music going too. Why don't we just get Cano and Morneau up and have a home run hitting contest and just have a shootout like they do in hockey? Whoever wins takes the win.
I'm up for it. Now let me get this straight. Would Kuroda and Diamond be the guys throwing?
Good question.
Or would it be one of the coaches who throw BP?
They could get the coaches in there.
Now, these are Hardy fans. I mean, you're sitting through this. Good for you. I mean, that's amazing. That's a great fan. And this is the sort of thing, you know, people always like to assess playing. This is the umpiring crew of Major League Baseball. This is the Twins' last series in. Yankees and the Twins have nothing to do in deciding whether or not this game is played. This is according to Major League Baseball and the umpiring crew.
Well, this really gives you sort of a really inside look at how the decision-making process is made. If this rain was before the game, you never would have started this game. But it wasn't raining when the game was started, and now that the game has started and we're in flow, you can go ahead and play in this type of weather. But you never would have started the game if it was raining like this before.
Now, this is an important week around the Yankee franchise, and it has been since 2009 when this started. It's Hope Week, and today was the last Hope Week vignette, and Meredith, you covered it, and it was really a moving thing.
It was really a powerful thing. They had a group of kids from the local schools here in the Bronx, and they honored Kirk and Laura Smalley and their Stand for the Silent organization, and they actually started this after their son Ty, after relentless bullying, committed suicide, and there's Ty's father right there, Kirk, and he's the guy that speaks about bullying. And since they started this organization 3 years ago, they've spoken to over 700,000 kids about the dangers of bullying. And there were a couple of Yankees there. Jabba Chamberlain was there. Austin Romine also there. And they spoke about how powerful this was. And they felt as though Kirk really got his point across, and the kids really absorbed the information. And they said just watching him do it, you could see him tear up every time he gave the speech. And it's certainly not going to get any easier. You see his daughter and his son throwing out the first pitch. Now, Kirk actually couldn't make the game tonight. He came a couple of days ago on Wednesday and stayed for the game because he had an event in Oklahoma where he wanted to get back and speak to some kids. He said that's more important than staying here and throwing out the first pitch. There are kids that need to hear this, and I'm going to go and speak to them this evening.
Well, you know what's really heartbreaking, and Meredith is telling about this young man that was bullied and committed suicide. He was 10 years old. And the father has made this his life's work to tell kids there is something you could do. And if you're being bullied, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You find and you tell people and you get help. And it's a noble, noble cause that this man has undertaken after a devastating loss to his family. And the Yankees made a donation to that foundation. And it's unbelievable work because you see this all the time now. And you read stories about how young people in high school and even in younger grades are bullied, and it's relentless, and sometimes they don't feel there's anywhere to turn, and there is.
Yeah, it's not just at school either, obviously, with social media, and it can be 24/7.
Almonte, fly ball to center. One away. So Meredith will have more on this on tomorrow's pregame show. And again, another really uplifting hope week for the New York Yankees. And I think that what the Yankees have realized since 2009 is the brainchild of communications director Jason Zillo, is that they have a voice. I mean, it just doesn't have to be sports. That when the New York Yankees bring awareness to anything or bring it into their family, it really has an unbelievable powerful message for everybody, and it brings things to light. So it's an amazing thing, and I hope they keep doing it forever. And the Steinbrenner family is firmly behind it. You saw Jenny Steinbrenner was there as well. So Hope Week should be celebrated, and the Yankees should be celebrated for doing it.
I echo those sentiments exactly, Michael. Jason Zillo deserves a lot of credit for sort of being the brainchild behind this, and I also applaud the players too. The players are fully committed to it too and give up a lot of their time throughout the course of a day, including having to show up here and play a game at night. Not one player complains. All of them are fully invested in Hope Week.
Well, the umpire's not fully invested in playing the game in this mess right now, and they're going to call for the grounds crew to put the tarp on, and you can't blame them because it's really, really bad conditions right now. And forget about a sloppy game. You're also putting players' health in jeopardy. You don't want to get anybody injured. So probably a good move for the grounds crew to put the tarp on. One thing I wanted to clean up, though, Chien-Ming Wang was released by the Toronto Blue Jays. I did not notice that, so he was released by the Blue Jays, not with the Blue Jays anymore. They actually picked him up when he was in the Yankee organization, became a free agent, elected to become a free agent, didn't pitch that well, so he is released. So don't know where Chien-Ming Wang is right now. I thought he was still with Toronto, so I apologize. All right, so the grounds crew, we told you the sax player was warming up. Unfortunately, he gets to play his solo. We still got so much more to do. Don't go anywhere. We will entertain you. Back in the studio, here in the booth. We'll get it done. Stay with us. Yankees and the Twins in a rain delay. AT&T. And that call brings in Ryan Presley. This will be his 30th game. His numbers are good. 2.74 ERA, just 40 hits and 42 and 2/3 innings, 17 walks, 29 strikeouts. So not overpowering stuff, but he takes over Scott Diamond's spot. Diamond got Almonte to fly out to center to start off the 4th inning, and then had an 0-1 count on Overbay, and that's where we left off, and that's where Ryan Presley takes over. So Overbay digs in. Presley's ready. And let's do it again here in the Bronx. 1-1.
That was just about as fast a turnaround as you ever see from the Yankee ground crew getting the tarp off, getting this field ready. I didn't think there was any way we could start before 10 o'clock. And here we are, and still in the rain, obviously.
It's coming down harder right now. This does not look great. This is about how it was when they decided to put the tarp on. The 1-2. And Overbay with a fly ball to right field. Parmalee is there for the second out. David's very much into stats and numbers and stuff like that, so he asked me to get him the exact rain delay, 1 hour and 13 minutes, Dave. All right.
And the Yankee ground crew well above replacement ground crew value.
Here's Nunez. Reached on a fielder's choice in the second. I think a big part of what the umpires really want to do is they want to get an official game and then maybe somebody score a run and then get through 5. Bunt's foul, 1-1. So weather certainly a tease in this sense because it stopped, and that's why they were able to get the tarp off. And now once they start playing again, it's raining harder than it was at any time during the delay, except at the start. It looks like a swirling sort of rain as we look in the upper deck. And that's what the players are experiencing as well. There's a breaking ball strike to Nunez. 1-2.
Almost looks like snow.
Swing and a miss, chased a fastball upstairs. Presley didn't know it was the end of the inning. 2 outs, that's all it takes when you take over in the middle of the inning. We go to the 5th, no score, rain falling. is going to be higher than some Major League Baseball's payrolls. I mean, he's going to pay $80 million in taxes putting together that team. And he is really going for it. He's really going for it. How about this, David? Can you believe Kuroda is out there?
Well, I am shocked. I really am. I mean, he threw 72 pitches before the rain delay, and there's number 73. But I guess if you factor in that he won't have to start, considering the All-Star break until over a week from now, maybe that's what Joe Girardi's thinking.
But what's the danger of unless he threw innings underneath? So he might be at 100 pitches right now if you think like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of wear and tear, and it just shows you the competitiveness of Hiroki Kuroda. Just what a gamer.
I don't think that managers really have a line of delineation when it comes to how long the rain delay is. I guess part of it's feel, part of it's the pitcher, but I think we're both surprised that he's out there.
Yeah, I am, especially surprised.
And he strikes out. Brian Dozier.
Still got the good splitter going. And as we said before the game, could throw it to both lefties and righties. And very effective down and in. As you see Dozier trying to guard against a fastball in and swings right over the top of that splitter.
Parmalee with a ground ball to third. Cruz gets a handle, fires it in the dirt, and a nice scoop by Overbay for the second out.
Well, Michael's right. After the bobble, the quick throw, probably a wet ball. And Overbay. A nice pick. The Yes Mo brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. And Cruz has handled himself well over there at third. See him kind of shaking his hand. Sometimes you try to use the glove and you miss, and he almost barehanded that ball.
Here's Joe Mauer. And a strike.
No lack of velocity from Kuroda. Still 93 miles an hour after the over-hour rain delay.
Now, there was a rain delay in your perfect game, but there wasn't a mound next to the Yankee dugout or clubhouse. You kind of threw in the runway, right?
They played catch in the runway with the bat boy, Luigi. It wasn't the easiest thing to do. If you remember, it was low ceilings in the old bows of the stadium that used to be across the street here.
But that was good because you knew you had to keep the ball low.
You had to throw downhill, yes. I skipped a few off the ceiling, too.
Luigi must have loved that.
But obviously Kuroda pleaded his case, told Girardi he was okay, and he's going to have extra rest with the All-Star break.
Driven into left center field. Hits a base hit. Oh, what a cutoff by Gardner. Mauer's going for two. The throw is cut off, and Mauer gets a double. Somehow Brett Gardner cut that off with his bare hand.
Well, he did. You see as the hop is higher than he thought it was going to be. And almost overran it. Just great athleticism to reach back and barehand that ball. And at this point, with all of his weight going the other direction, there was no way for him to get Mauer at second.
There's Justin Morneau.
I would expect at this point, Michael, and you mentioned it, with the rain still kind of coming down, and this is the fifth inning, and whoever scores first, it's a pretty important thing at this point in this game with the weather report. I'd pitch very carefully to Morneau here with first base open.
The rain has slowed considerably in the last couple of seconds. 2-0.
And we talked about Morneau and his slugging percentage down a little bit over the last couple of years. His injury problems still over 50 RBIs at this point in the season.
Oh! Short sample, but 4 hits and 5 at bats. 2 of the hits home runs against Kuroda. He's 1 for 2 today against the Yankee righty.
Morneau came into this game with 22 doubles and 7 homers, and he's usually slugging-wise much higher than that, but still is a good hitter, still a clutch hitter. 51 RBIs lead the Twins. And Michael said part of that slugging situation is because of the new ballpark in Minnesota as opposed to the old Metrodome.
Count 3-1. .50 strikes out of 86 pitches. Both Mauer and Morneau like hitting here at the new Yankee Stadium. Combined, 35 hits and 94 at bats. That's 372. 10 home runs. Not saying that was intentional, but he really didn't want to give him anything to hit.
Well, that's certainly what I would have done. I would have tried to pitch around Morneau, get him to swing at a bad ball.
Yankee bullpen starting to get busy.
Looks like Preston Claiborne. Dolman much better hitting right-handed than left. Just .214 batting average batting left this year as opposed to batting .300 right-handed.
One and one. Mauer at second and Morneau is at first. Chop to Cano, gets a nice hop. And that'll do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left. At the end of 4.5, we're halfway through. 0-0. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And by Johnny Walker, please drink responsibly. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Luis Cruz leads it off against Ryan Presley. And there's a strike. Two. Continuing to throw in the Yankee bullpen, which to me is a bit puzzling. You had Kuroda sit out close to an hour and 20 minutes to pitch 1 inning. That's a base hit through the left side of the infield for Cruz. Let the Yankees play some small ball here and have Stewart lay down a bunt and play this as if it's a late inning.
Possible. I mean, Joe Girardi could be thinking he's trying to take care of his starter, get through the 5th. Maybe they score a run, give him a potential chance to win a ball game. A lot of outs left to be had here. Rain or no rain.
Pitch upstairs. Laid down beautifully. Great bunt. Morneau makes the throw to Dozier, so the sacrifice successful, 3-4.
Yeah, perfectly executed bunt. The man on first and nobody out. You have to bunt it to the right side if you can. Make the first baseman field it because the third baseman has more of a free run to charge.
Now, Gardenhire coming out to the mound with the trainer. This chiropractic telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees.
A little bit of a slip off the mound and then get out of the way. Maybe they thought they saw a little tweak of the ankle and just wanted to check. Presley seems to be okay.
Kind of click ankles there. Has not been a good July for Brett Gardner. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He's 5 for 37. And the general feeling is of the Yankee 25-man roster, he might benefit most from 4 days off at the All-Star break.
You see him surveying around the infield with Morneau playing way back. Bunting for a hit to the right side is not out of the question, and just the threat of that can get the infield moving in and around to open up more holes for him. Saw Gardner kind of lay down some good bunts within the last couple of weeks, but kind of gotten away from it over the last 21 games. As Michael said, 23 strikeouts in his last 21 games, 5 for 37.
Rain has stopped completely now. The 1-2. Ground ball left side, base hit. Cruz rounds third, they're waving him home. Here's the throw. In there with the first run of the game, an RBI single for Gardner, who moves to second on the throw. It's 1-0 Yanks.
It almost looked like Cruz is going to hesitate. You see, it's a high cutter that stays right out over the plate. Gardner, good job hitting it the other way. And right at third base, Rob Thompson makes the right call. You're going to have a wet ball. It's going to be tough to get a grip and get a good throw. And you watch Cruz as he pulls up. He's trying to pick it up. Is he going to hesitate a little bit there? Uh-oh, you better get going. And a good read by Rob Thompson, especially in this weather.
Now Ron Gardenhire is going to go to the bullpen. So the Yankees have a 1-0 lead. They take the ball from Presley. So Presley has left the building, and now they go to the pen, and a smile on Joe Girardi's face. Hideki Matsui bobblehead day, the second one in the new collectible series presented by AT&T. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. As Ryan Presley just lifted from the game. Gardner knocked him out with that RBI single, give the Yankees a 1-0 lead. We have a new pitcher, it's Brian Dunsing. With Ichiro and Kanodu up, two lefties, they go to the lefty. Ichiro's 0 for 2, ground ball to short, ground ball to second. Shows bunt, takes low. 1-0.
A good play by Ichiro right there. We've seen him utilize that much more. Now you've got the third baseman in. Morneau's cheating in now. You just put the thought in their head that you might bunt, and you rearrange the defensive alignment just enough.
Oh. 1-1.
Even more importantly, too, with the wet grass. Any plays you can make, you can put pressure on the defense in tonight's game, rather. You can really be aggressive. Take the extra base, make the defense make plays on wet balls.
2-1. Cano is on deck. Grounded foul.
Ichiro really had the reverse split going this year, hitting .333 versus lefties. Almost 100 points lower, 252 versus righties.
Chop to second. Dozier gets Ichiro, as Gardner will move to third. And that brings up Cano. Always a tough call here. You've got the lefty on the mound. You don't want Cano to beat you. You got the righty on deck, so do you really give Cano anything decent, or are you pitching around him even though it's lefty-lefty? Came at him. Foul back.
Dunsing, the former starter, has kind of found a home in the bullpen, and he is one of the Minnesota Twins pitchers that can strike you out. Two lefties, Dunsing and Perkins, the closer, who were once supposed to be in the middle of that rotation.
Grounded up the middle, a base hit to Cano. RBI single as Gardner scores, so they pitch to Cano, and it bites him as the Yankees have a 2-0 lead.
Dunsing trying to crowd Cano inside, and Cano cuts him off. You see Maurer maybe moves the glove a little bit towards the middle, probably didn't get it in as much as he wanted, but Cano, quick, beats him to the spot, right back up the middle.
.63 ribby for Cano. Vernon Wells is 0 for 1 with a walk.
Oh!
0-1.
See, every umpire has their own distinct strike call. Burksdale just with kind of a grunt. No strike one.
That base hit by Cano puts him at 301, and that moves him above 300 for the first time since May 15th. 1-2. Picked off. Score that 1-3-4 as Cano is caught stealing. But the Yankees get 2 runs on 3 hits. It's now an official game. At the end of 5 innings of play, Yankees lead this one 2-0. Bullpen does its job. First guy out of the pen is Preston Claiborne. He's shown some vulnerability lately. He'd been almost unhittable at the start, but has given up some runs lately. Still, his numbers are good. And the pitch to Plouffe is a strike. And as you can see from that shot, starting to rain again here in the Bronx. Another strike, 0-2.
That's the best part about Claiborne is he comes out of the pen throwing strikes. His first 14 games as a Yankee did not issue a walk.
Plouffe was 2 for 2 against Kuroda.
If this holds up, you know, Hiroki Kuroda is the pitcher of record.
Yep.
So over an hour rain delay, come out, pitch 1 inning, and the Yankees picked him up and scored 2.
Gardner got the hit, put him on the board, and then Gardner scored on Cano's single. Three and 2 to Plouffe. Fly ball left field. Almonte for the first out.
crowd's kind of spread out now, but there's still quite a few here. Everybody's up and under any overhang they can find, certainly in the middle deck. Still quite a few people here hanging on through the rain.
Garcia swings and misses.
Preston Claiborne was a 17th round draft pick in 2010 for the Yankees, so just goes to show you it's not all about first rounders. And he's got a chance to really find a home here.
Has he called you sir yet?
Yes. Called me sir, and I told him not to, and he still did. But there's certain guys that come up and break into the big leagues, and first impressions are so important for a lot of guys. And Claiborne's first impression has been so good that he's really got a chance to establish himself and find a home here.
Swing and a miss. Garcia has the hat trick, 3 strikeouts. He's 0 for his last 19.
We've seen this from Claiborne more and more recently, a straight changeup. Good combination for a guy who can run it up there to 95 miles an hour. As you see the circle change grip. It's got the same rotation as his fastball. You can come out of the bullpen with 3 pitches that you can throw for strikes. You got a chance to have a nice career.
There's Aaron Hicks.
Oh!
Grounded to first. So Claiborne comes in to work a 1-2-3 inning. Retire the Twins in order. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Yankees lead this one 2-0. with America's fastest, most reliable internet. That's powerful. Samuel Deduno, 4-4, 3.90 against Phil Hughes, 4-8, 4.55. Our coverage will begin at noon with the BP show. First pitch will be around 1:07. Dunsing deals outside 1-0.
We'll get a chance to see Phil Hughes continue the run he's been on, throwing the ball so much better as of late. Well, Michael, we mentioned during the rain delay when we were talking with Bob and Jack up in the studio about how much pressure a pitching staff feels when you're not getting runs scored for you. And a lot of talk about how you evaluate pitchers nowadays. What numbers do you look at? One-loss record, kind of old school ERA.
Driven into right center field. It's a base hit, and it gets past Hicks and goes to the wall. Karam is weird, so Wells is going for 3. The throw. In time, what a throw! That was the throw almost from the warning track to get Wells. An amazing throw by Hicks.
Yes, it was. Amazing. He goes down, picks it up. It's a wet ball. Let's just launch it all the way in the air. Wow. I thought it was a good chance by Wells to go ahead and try to get a triple here.
But that throw's unbelievable.
It was Bo Jackson like. The last time I saw a throw like that came from the great Bo Jackson. And no question whether he was out or safe.
And you can make a throw like that and airmail it. There's no other runners involved. And then you just overthrow everybody and just try to get it to third. What an arm. I think that's a top 10 on SportsCenter.
It's got to be. I mean, that is just incredible to launch that ball all the way in the air.
Wells is thinking, you got to be kidding me. And the degree of difficulty has to raise because of the wet baseball.
They say normally you don't want to make the first out at third base, but in these weather conditions, the way Hicks went after that ball, you can see Vernon Wells still can't believe it. Minnesota, we've talked about their troubles and what's going on. They are a really good defensive team, and Hicks has great range out in center field, but we didn't know he had that kind of arm.
Jared Burton warming. Give me a guesstimate, David. What, 325, 50 feet in the air?
Wow, they're telling you it's got to be somewhere in that range.
From there to there. That's Hicks' 9th outfield assist, and that leads the American League. That's not always a sign of a great arm. There's a ground ball to third, and it pulls Morneau out the bag, and he tags Almonte. Sometimes it's a sign of a bad arm because people are running on you, but obviously when we see this, this is a sign of a good arm.
That's every bit of 300 feet at least in the air.
When the third base coach gives you a fist bump when you get thrown out, you know that it was an extraordinary play. Robbie Thompson's absolving Wells of doing anything wrong.
It was about the length of a football field. You know how they squeezed the football field here in the Yankee Stadium? It wasn't exactly, you know, the direction that the football field squeezed in here, but it was every bit of 100 yards.
That was worth hanging around to see.
You ever see Bo Jackson throw?
Yeah, amazing.
People didn't realize, you know, Bo Jackson, the great two-sport star. He's a great running back, obviously Heisman Trophy, and played for the Oakland Raiders and the Kansas City Royals. You know, I was a rookie. He was a teammate of mine, and to watch him throw in infield practice was a sight to behold. A true five-tool player and a cannon for an arm.
Oh! 1-2. Bottom of the 6th inning. 2-0 Yankees. An hour and 13-minute rain delay thrown in. Read stories, David. A lot of pitchers sometimes get their arms in shape by throwing foul line to foul line. Did you ever do that? Could you throw that far?
No. I mean, I could not. I could throw it about 120 feet. As you see, Gardenhire's going to make another move. But no, I could not throw the ball just the way we saw Hicks throw it. And I got paid to throw a ball for a living.
Amazing. Gardenhire goes to the bullpen. And we continue to marvel over Aaron Hicks' arm. 2-0 Yanks. Aaron Hicks talks to Osvaldo Arcia still got a smile over that throw, and then he kind of mimes it. Pow. Got an arm like that, you're going to be proud of it. Jared Burton, he takes over, and he will face Eduardo Nunez with a runner on first base and 2 outs.
That throw had some air under it, no doubt, as he's referring to it, kind of the grenade, you know, the ball up in the air. But that was a long way, and he got it there all the way in the air.
And it was on the money.
Right on the money. And a wet ball. See, he launches it. I mean, it's not a line drive, but that ball is about 300 feet long. Was it 120 feet to second base and then another 408 to center field? You can almost do the math, Michael. And then
yeah, it's over 300 feet.
So it's like standing in one end zone and throwing it down to the other end zone at Giant Stadium.
I wonder if you gave Christian Ponder, the quarterback of the Vikings of baseball, and said, okay, throw it from one end zone to the other if he could do it.
The baseball's so much lighter, and your release point's so much different. And the arm action, you see quarterbacks much shorter arm action as opposed to the long arm action of throwing a baseball. But to answer your question, no way. No way. Christian Ponder could not do that.
3-0. So he comes in and walks Nunez on 4 pitches. Oh, they called it a strike. Crowd groans. I looked down. I did not see it, so I apologize.
I think you had it right. You know, sometimes on a 3-0 pitch, it's an automatic strike anywhere near.
There's a strike. And he struck him out. So Burton comes on and strikes out Nunez. But the best throw of the night so far from Aaron Hicks. Wells going for 3. Hicks had other ideas. Nissan dealers, 2-0 Yanks. Gardner an RBI single, Cano an RBI single. That came in the 5th. Kuroda went 5 innings. Actually came out and pitched the top of the 5th inning after an hour and 13-minute rain delay. And he threw 5 shutout innings. Claiborne, in his 2nd inning of relief, deals outside to Florimo. Cadillac scoreboard, 2-0 Yanks. Barksdale really has a perfect name. He barks. He doesn't say strike.
One of the best umpires for strikes calls I ever threw to, or whoever called my game, was the great Dutch Rennert. You could hear him throughout the stadium. He also had a little dance back there. Kind of shuffle to the side, and bend over, pull the trigger.
Overbay watches that go into right field for a base hit. Remember growing up, Ron Luciano?
Luciano was a showman, yes, he really was.
I don't think they'd allow an umpire to be that way anymore.
He was fun. He was fun to watch. He'd look at the crowd, too, and egg him on.
He was almost like the umpire that Leslie Nielsen played in Naked Gun. Brian Dozier at the plate, runner on first. Yankees leading this one 2-0. Breaking ball strike.
Kind of a wet turf a little bit out there from all the rain, but Florimo does have speed. He's got 8 stolen bases. Dozier's good bat control. It's a good time to try to get some base runners moving here. Gardenhire might have something on. See, Claiborne thinks the same thing as he checks him. Dozier and Florimo, 2 of the most athletic shortstop and second baseman in either league right now.
How great is Twitter? A guy, I'll give him credit, David Roax, measured from the edge of the grass just to the right of center to third base on Google Earth, and is 325 feet. Grounded in a hole, a base hit for Dozier, so that's how long the throw was. 325. It was more than a football field.
Through the goalpost for the extra point.
So we thank you to David for doing that. So first and second, Twins have 8 hits, but they've been unable to get the big one. And Joe Girardi is going to go to the bullpen. That'll do it for Claiborne. And now Boone Logan enters. base, of course, his responsibility, and Boone Logan takes over. And he'll face Parmalee, Maurer, and Morneau. And a bunt. 0-1. It almost seems that with that bunt, that Gardenhire wants to see the game in Morneau's hands, because you're probably going to walk Maurer. You lose Maurer if you bunt successfully, and then he wants to see Morneau with the bases loaded.
Well, this part of the lineup just fits perfectly for Boone Logan in the matchup. It's a left-handed part. 4 in a row. Well, Duma can switch over as a switch hitter, so 3 in a row.
Tried to bunt again. Maurer and Morneau have pretty good numbers against Logan. So Gardenhire knows this. Morneau is 8 for 16 with 2 home runs. And Maurer is 4 for 9.
See the rain picking back up once again.
Bunt was taken off. Now, Boone Logan doesn't have the best numbers when it comes to inherited runners. Look at a guy like Sean Kelly. He's stranded 18 of 19. Logan has only stranded 17 of 29. And you want your relievers to do better than that. There's a big spot in this game, especially with the rain coming down again. The 2-2. 3-2.
Good job by Parmalee to battle back after failing on the first bunt attempt and falling down 0-2. Works it all the way back. Really close pitch taken there, just below the knees.
Swing and a miss, got him. Dialed it up to 94.
Well, Logan, like so many of the Yankee relievers, the ability to strike guys out. Borderline up and away, too close to take. Logan came in with 32 strikeouts in 23 and a third innings.
And that gets away from Stewart, so they didn't get the sacrifice down, but the same result now, second and third with one out.
And now decision-making time, as you see Logan with the great Maurer in the box just yanks the slider down and away. Nothing that Stewart could do with that one. You see coming right at you how far this ball ends up away and in the dirt.
Yankees, of course, have the infield back. They'll give that run up with a ground ball. 1-1. You saw Kelly throwing for the Yanks. Second and third, one out. Top of the seventh, Yankees lead 2-0. Joe Mauer at the plate. Logan on a relief. Third Yankee pitcher. 1-2.
Boone Logan would like to bottle that last slider and throw it again if he could. Easier said than done.
And the 1-2. Went with it again. Mauer recognized it, laid off. 2-2. Yankees got their runs in the bottom of the fifth inning. Single by Gardner, single by Cano. Hour and 13-minute rain delay in the bottom of the fourth inning. Rain coming down again here in the Bronx. It's been an awful night. The 2-2. Recognized 2, and now the count 3-2.
Well, that's what makes Mauer so tough. Such a great hitter. Hangs in there, swings through a slider, and then just spits on 2 more. Hitting .352 against lefties this year, and 88 at bats. Morneau on deck.
What's your call here? Another slider, or you try to surprise him with a fastball?
Well, if you throw a fastball, you make sure you get it in a good location.
Got him with a slider, and he got him looking. A big strikeout for Logan.
Well, crosses him up. He starts the slider right at him, takes a little bit off of it, and gets Stewart with a good frame job back there. Not sure if Logan was trying to front door this slider or not, but it certainly was effective as Mauer gave up on it. Chris Stewart with the fist pump, and we'll get a look right here. Stewart setting up away. Got plenty of plate.
That's a strike. I'm surprised that Mauer looked at Barksdale. Now first base is open, and you have the dangerous Morneau up. (0-1). Morneau singled in the first, struck out in the third, and walked in the fifth. Rain intensifying here, and that puts even more emphasis on this particular at bat. The 0-1. Strike outside corner. Outstanding pitch by Logan. 0-2. So Logan battling the elements and battling those numbers.
Morneau did not like that call. Once again, Chris Stewart with a really good frame job on a borderline pitch. Gloves right there. Hardly any movement. That ball looked just off the plate to me. But excellent job by Stewart back there to make it look better.
The 0-2. Grounded foul.
You know, Michael, you've heard me harp on it all year long about catchers and framing ability and the impact on the game. Key situations. A good catcher who knows how to frame pitches can really help out your pitcher. Yankee fans can think about Jose Molina working with A.J. Burnett in the 2009 World Series. So many pitches he got for Burnett during that game. Chris Stewart, very underrated defensively, in my opinion. And I know I've said that before, but he proves it day in and day out with his receiving ability and his throwing ability.
I think they're getting a new rosin bag.
Such an important part of the game with the rain. This could be the ball game, as you said, Michael. No signs given here by Stewart.
The 0-2. Got by him, and the runner does not come. Now the ball gets past Logan, but backing up is Nunez. Foreman did not want to end the inning when he saw the ball carry him back to Stewart.
Well, sometimes when a catcher goes out to talk to a pitcher and they decide what pitch they're going to throw and then there's no signs given, somebody forgot. Because that got no leather, and that's why the ricochet came off so hard. And Nunez very heads up. Johnny on the spot. He's ready to go, but the ricochet was hard because it went by Stewart in a flash. And Stewart got no glove on that pitch. Lance Barksdale's happy. He didn't get a part of it.
The 1-2. Did he go around? Yes, he did. Kerwin Danley punches him out. And Morneau throws the helmet, drops the bat. He is very upset. And now here comes Ron Gardenhire to make sure his first baseman doesn't get thrown out. What a performance by Boone Logan. He strikes out Parmalee, Maurer, and Morneau to get out of the jam. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, it's time for the 7th inning stretch here at Yankee Stadium. Did he go? Well, Kerwin Danley thought he did, and Chris Stewart celebrated. 2-0 Yankees, but we stay right here to honor America in the Bronx.
Jonathan Roode, who served in Operation Enduring Freedom. The Yankees say thank you for your sacrifice and service to our nation. Now, please join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
To the old
Thornton could really throw. That's a weapon in the bullpen. Let's take a look at the Morneau strikeout, and let's see if you thought he held up. I thought he did, David. What did you think?
I think that's a borderline call. I think he's more upset about the second pitch that got called a strike. I think he felt like the bat got taken out of his hands. To me, that's borderline, but the bat head entered the strike zone.
Now, let me ask you this, David. How does he not get thrown? I don't want to see Morneau get thrown out, but how does he not get thrown out? He tosses the bat. Now watch him throw the helmet right in front of the umpire.
He got a fine right there. You see Barksdale fined him right there, and that's a good veteran move right there. Without throwing him out right away, he told him that's a fine for throwing equipment, and that's the right call. So I really think Barksdale handled that situation properly.
Usually you see umpires say you throw equipment, you're automatically gone, but he decided to, I guess he knew it was a high-pressure situation and it was a tough strikeout. And he gave him some leeway.
He did, and I like it. And he does have the leeway to fine him. So Morneau will be fined. As you saw, Barksdale pointed and said that's a fine. So you can get fined for throwing equipment, and I believe that's the right protocol.
It's interesting, though. He got fined for essentially dropping the bat, but what did he get for throwing the helmet? Because he threw the helmet almost across the field. But again, very patient Lance Barksdale. And it was, as you said, David, it's borderline. So he drops the bat, that's the fine, as he points to home plate, and then he fires the helmet as well. I guess he included that in the fine.
He was upset about the second pitch, that I talked about that Stewart framed so well that I saw as off the plate to get him down 0-2. So I think it was the entire at-bat. It wasn't just the check swing. And Morneau felt like he had the bat taken out of his hands.
Yeah, that second replay, I thought he did swing. The first one, I didn't think he did. It was very, very close, though. I guess you could argue either side. If you're the Yankees, you want that strike. If you're the Twins, you want that check swing. Take another look from up top.
See, the barrel of the bat entered the strike zone above home plate. Now, he hasn't fined him yet. There's the fine. Here comes the point and the fine. And I applaud Barksdale for that. For showing some restraint right there. You got a veteran player and a veteran umpire. Big point in the ball game. The old saying, Michael, is that the players run hot. The umpires are supposed to be cold.
Now, lost amongst all this, that was some performance by Boone Logan. I mean, those were three big strikeouts with the rain coming down the way it is, game on the line, and we told you he's had some trouble with inherited runners, but not that time. He left them both stranded.
He did, and even though he had the platoon advantage going lefty on lefty, they weren't your normal lefties, as Maurer and Morneau. Well, that is a classic borderline call, and to Barksdale's credit, he got help down the third base line. You see Morneau wasn't looking at the third base umpire there. He was still barking at Barksdale, and I think it was because of that second pitch.
Because he knew Barksdale didn't call strike three.
Yes.
Cadillac scoreboard, 2-0 Yankees. Bottom of the seventh.
It's about, when you're framing pitches, it's about how quiet the glove is. And Morneau doesn't like it. You see him walk off. He thinks that ball's outside. In my opinion, he's right. Little things and sequences where a catcher behind the plate can really change the whole sequence with framing ability. And that means quiet glove, the way you set up, the way you present the ball to the umpire.
Count 3-0 on Luis Cruz. David Robertson heating up for the Yanks. There's a strike from Burton.
Well, the Yankees have the ability in their bullpen to bring one strikeout thrower after another. From Sean Kelly to Robertson, Boone Logan, great strikeout ratios.
Right now, just horrendous conditions to play baseball, and you have to give the two teams credit. They have not made an error, and they played a fairly clean game, but the rain has fallen for most of this game. There have been patches that it's cleared up, but this is not perfect baseball weather. And that sort of road trip for Ron Gardenhire, 1-6 so far. Just got swept by Tampa Bay in 4 games. Check swing popped up. Morneau puts it away. 1 out.
Been a really frustrating stretch, as we've noted, for the Minnesota Twins. They actually were one of the early season surprises. They were hanging around 500 for the first couple of months. In this recent stretch, they came in 1-9 in their last 10 games. And the Yankees swept them in at home, and then they just got swept by Tampa Bay. So such a tough stretch. After looking pretty good, looking surprisingly pretty good with some young players, played good defense. This recent last 2 weeks just kind of took him right out of it. Oh!
Breaking ball strike from Burton to Stewart.
You can see the frustration building. Oh! I mentioned before, Michael, I started a point before Hicks made that Bo Jackson type throw about how you rank pitchers. Nowadays used to be just 1 loss record, maybe ERA. Who's had the best year in the American League for a starting pitcher, in your opinion? A little bit of a loaded question, but you got Max Scherzer up there at 13-0 in Detroit, and maybe Felix Hernandez out in Seattle, always a candidate to be among the league leaders, but.
Now, how are you judging it?
Well, I mean, all numbers. Any way you want to judge it. What's important? What weight do you give certain
ground ball to third. Plouffe, the long throw, and somehow Morneau kept his foot on the bag for the 2nd out. I know I'm going to run contrary to all the sabermetricians. I still put a lot of emphasis on wins. If you know how to win a game, you know how to win a game. So for me, it's between Moore and Scherzer.
Scherzer's 13-0.
Right.
And an excellent play here on both ends as Morneau stretches and does stay on the bag. And not the easiest throws either. Almost Derek Jeter-like with the jump toss. But excellent on both ends. Great play. And, as I said, Minnesota really an excellent defensive team. And, even whether you believe in the defensive metrics or not, they grade out highly.
Grounded foul. All right, so who do you think is the best pitcher?
Well, obviously you give credit to Wins. As you see, wow, I mean, up in the air, deep into foul territory. And Morneau with the stretch on the end. Well, I have to look at run support. You have to look at what kind of defensive support you have behind a pitcher. You have to look at how many runs you get a game. Chris Sale in Chicago has a 6-8 record, but he's last in the league in run support. He only gets 2.6 runs to work with. So 1 loss record to me goes out the window. If you're going by WAR, he's the highest ranked pitcher in the American League right now, Chris Sale. If you're going by across the board numbers, every number you can think of, whether it's WHIP or earned run average or just about anything, hits per 9 innings. Surprisingly, Chris Sale leads the American League in those type of metrics. Now, with a 6-8 record, he could certainly fly under the radar. How about Shields, the guy we just saw here the other day? He's ranked second in WAR in the American League. So your top 2 pitchers, according to Sabermetrics in the American League, are Chris Sale and Shields from the Royals. Shields has a 4-6 record. Combined, they're 10-14, their records. Second fewest runs in the league to work with to Shields. So you have to look at run support. You have to look at support. You can't just put it on wins and win one. You know what a guy's record is. And Scherzer deserves all the credit. He's 13-0. He's pitching great. His numbers match up. But you got to look at more than just one loss record. And some people think that's not even as important to look at anymore.
Well, after Felix Hernandez won the Cy Young Award with 13 wins. Was it 13 or 12?
I think it was 13 and 12 that year, and he won the Cy Young Award, which shows you that the voting among the baseball writers has kind of had a change over the last few years, and they're taking more things into account. How about Hiroki Kuroda? Came into this game 7-6 with a 2.77 ERA. How about his career record? 64 and 63. He's a little better than that. You have to look at the support. Not only offensive support, but defensive support behind you. It was Bert Blyleven, the Hall of Famer, who in my opinion deserved to be in the Hall of Fame, but took him a long time, had an old saying. It's not so much how you pitch as it is what day you pitch on. How many runs did they score that day? On Thursdays, they seem to score a bunch of runs. If you're pitching on Tuesday, you're getting nothing. Just the luck of the draw sometimes for a pitcher.
Now, will you allow me to rebut it for a moment?
Absolutely. It's very debatable. I'm not etched in stone either.
Let's say Scherzer gets a lot of runs, right?
The most in the league, by the way. 6.9 runs per game.
So let's say they get him 7 runs a game. He doesn't have to pitch lights out. He can throw the ball over the plate. He doesn't have to shut him down completely. Maybe his other numbers would be better if he didn't get that support. Now, another guy who never got any run support, he's in the Hall of Fame and had the highest percentage of votes ever, was Tom Seaver. If the Mets scored him 1 run, he threw a shutout. If they scored him 2, he gave up 1 run. So there are guys that pitch to low run support, they pitch better. So, I mean, there is some wiggle room there, and I know all sabermetricians say that wins don't mean anything. I mean, we pay off on wins here.
We do, at least, you know, I guarantee you there's been a switch in the general manager's offices, too. They're looking at inside numbers.
Absolutely.
Things like fielder independent pitching and Sierra and different groups of stats that give you more inside numbers to true production from a pitcher.
Do you believe that if you lined up American League GMs that they would take Max Scherzer over James Shields?
Oof, that's a difficult call right now. I mean, Shields is big game Shields. He's proven him in a lot of big games. Scherzer just kind of figured it out over the last couple of years, but Scherzer is dynamite with his stuff, and he's certainly on the upswing. So I take nothing away from Scherzer. But would you take Scherzer or Chris Sale?
See, that's tough because I think Chris Sale's great. And he's playing on a really bad team this year. He's great.
A lot better than a 6-8 record.
Mm-hmm. And he's the one guy, the White Sox say everybody's available except for Chris Sale. Runner goes. And a stolen base for Gardner. You call a slide in the mud a slug?
The slug picked the right pitch to go on. As Mauer did not even stand up. It's a great jump and a big high leg kick. Gardner easily in. Might have a nice little nugget for you about Phil Hughes we're going to see in this series, Michael. Second lowest run support in the league this year. Talked about Hiroki Kuroda coming into this game, just 3.5 runs to work with the game as Suzuki walks here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, and the Yankees trying to make a little noise and pull away here. Hughes, 3.1 runs. Really talk about that. We talked about Phil Hughes up and down and his 4-8 record, but really hasn't had a lot of runs to work with. Really entire Yankee team, as you see now on the stolen base list. Brett Gardner quietly right behind Roberto Kelly.
And he breaks the tie with Phil Rizzuto. Kelly and Horace Clark tied. And then there's Mickey, 153. First and second, 2 outs. Cano. And a strike.
It's an interesting debate, Michael. I love having that sort of a debate. You know, I like the numbers, but there's wiggle room in there. I agree with you, and it depends on which metrics you use, particularly defensive metrics out there that are a little bit raw and maybe need improving a little bit more, and that's factored into a WAR ranking. A WAR ranking is about everything across the board: base running, defense, and offense.
We should explain what WAR is: wins above replacement. So if you replace that player with an average player, that's, I'm sure kind of approximating what it means. He would mean how many more wins than that average player.
How much better you are than the average player in any particular year, the average AAA or 4A player, replacement player value.
Ground ball to second. And Burton works out of trouble, and that will do it here in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We've played 7. A rainy night in New York City. Yankees 2, Twins nothing. Well, check this out. Ball lands in the second deck. Fan runs after. There's nobody there. Picks it up, loses control. It's gone. And he got booed by the fans, and he loses the baseball. It's tough to handle a wet baseball. Some hardy fans still remain. As David Robertson takes over for Boone Logan, who pitched so beautifully in the 7th. Good friend, David, who's really into the numbers of baseball, is Brian Kenny. He's on the MLB Network, and Hyundai Scoreboard 2-0 Yankees. He's tweeting me. He said, "Bring that argument about pitching to the score to me." He's definitely on board with what those numbers mean, and it's not all about wins. He said 30% of the top 40 ERAs in baseball have losing records.
Well, I know he's probably one of the biggest proponents of just getting rid of one-loss records altogether. I don't think I'm on board with that, but I certainly understand his point that there's just more to look at, and I think that's a good thing.
It's a great thing. I mean, if you can have a discussion about it and a healthy debate, I think it's great for the sport. It's fun. I mean, there are people that are squarely in that camp, and then there are people that think there is, as you said, some wiggle room, and I believe there's some wiggle room. But the people that are squarely in the camp get upset if you say there's wiggle room. Line drive. Oh, the backhand on the one hopper by Cano to retire Ryan Doman.
Easy little short hop pick and plenty of time. David Robertson out there, just one after another from the Yankee bullpen. Another strikeout type pitcher, having an all-star type first half. Fell a few votes short.
Obviously disappointed. He really wanted to make this all-star team, but Steve Delabar won the final 5 fan vote.
Who's also very deserving. Delabar with excellent numbers in Toronto.
You know what gets me a little bit uneasy, though, with the marriage to the numbers, I mean, just the black and white marriage, is that defensive metrics are not exact. And I don't know if they can ever be exact, so a lot of those numbers are predicated on defensive metrics, which are inexact.
I agree, and they're still being worked on, without a doubt. But I think it's a good thing that we're putting more value on the defensive part of the game and the base running part of the game and trying to quantify it. However raw the numbers are, as you see. David Robertson with great raw numbers, too.
And he strikes out Plouffe. And to vote for the Chevy player of the game, visit votechevy.com. Results will be revealed in the post-game show.
Too many times, Michael, in the past, people have voted on MVPs over just, home runs, RBIs, limited categories. Gold gloves kind of become a joke in terms of people winning gold gloves defensively just based on reputations. Rafael Palmeiro won a gold glove when he played like 20 or 30 games for Baltimore one year.
That was the year Tino should have won the gold
glove. I mean, it's much more involved than just fielding percentage, how many errors you make. I mean, there's more involved to it. And as raw as the defensive metrics are, I applaud the effort to try to quantify who has the best range, who is the best second baseman, who is the best center fielder. Yeah, how much weight do you give those defensive metrics? You're absolutely right. There's still a lot to be worked out. But the fact that they're trying to work it out is a good thing, and I applaud it.
Yeah, I'm uneasy a lot about the way the gold gloves are decided. I mean, they hand out sheets that coaches and managers fill in, and who knows if they always fill it in, or maybe they give it to a bat boy or the clubhouse guy. You just never know. So I don't know if there's that much statistical thought put into it. Let's put it that way. I mean, through the years, people have won gold gloves, and people in the game look and go, what, him? Yeah. And if you really know the game, why did player X really win that gold glove? Two to Arcia. Count 3-2 from Robertson. And unless the Yankees have a big breakout in the bottom of the 8th, this looks like it's lining up for Mo. Strike 3. That's a nice inning for David Robertson. 1, 2, 3, 2 more strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the 8th here at a wet clammy, damp stadium. It's 2-0 Yanks. Game. Bob Lorenz and Jack Hurry still have plenty more to talk about. They're back in the studio. They're going to wrap up tonight's game, get the latest from around baseball. Lots of highlights and scores. Plus, Meredith Morakovitz gets the reaction from the clubhouse. It's the WB Mason postgame. It's only on Yes. Well, with a load of strikeouts again tonight, 11 tonight. They've struck out 43 times in the last 3 games. It's a lot of wind.
Including 19 in one extra inning game.
Casey Fiend takes over. He is the setup man for the Twins. The Twins tonight 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and they have left 10 runners on base.
Excellent numbers for Casey Fiend right there. 7 walks and 40 strikeouts. It's across the board. One of the better setup relievers in the game right now in the first half of this year.
Hyundai scoreboard 2-0. The Yankees over the Twins.
Hiroki Kuroda in line for his 8th win here tonight. After over an hour rain delay, came back out, pitched 1 inning. And we were shaking our heads, Michael, going, wow, it's a little iffy, but he did it. He got through the 5th inning, and then Joe Girardi made the switch and promptly received 2 runs. And now is the pitcher of record for the Yankees. And as of now, Hiroki Kuroda, after this 5-inning shutout game that he has, as you see Mo getting ready, leads the American League in ERA as it stands right now.
I mean, that really is the Bert Blyleven principle, because you look at this guy's numbers since coming from Japan, and he's played on decent teams. Not that the Dodgers were world beaters, but the Yankees have certainly been very good teams as well, swings and misses. How is he 1 game over 500 with his stuff for his career in the States? It doesn't make sense. You're talking about the baseball gods frowning down upon you.
There's always the luck factor. You know, and you're right, Michael. There's something to be said for pitching to the scoreboard at times. There's something to be said for knowing how to win a game or how to knuckle down and pitch out of jams. But for the most part, you know, it really does come down to not as much how you pitch, but what kind of support you get. All of them combined together. You know, it's a mosaic. But Kuroda certainly undervalued across the board. He has been so consistent for the Yankees.
And we all wondered how his stuff would translate from the National League West to the American League East. And if anything, he's been better in the American League East. He's been tougher.
You know, when you think about great Japanese pitchers that have come across and pitched in the States, you know, you think Hideo Nomo, maybe, but Hiroki Kuroda, one of the greatest Japanese pitchers of all time. You combine his numbers in Japan with what he's done over here. Signed a one-year deal with the Yankees here when Kuroda had multi-year deal offers on the table.
Chopped up the middle, grabbed there by Dozier, fires to first and gets Almonte. That's a nice play by the Twins second baseman.
Well, they have flashed some leather tonight. Across the infield, there's been great plays tonight, including Hicks's throw in center field. Good athleticism here. Dozier can do it.
Let me ask you this then, David. Since the All-Star game decides home field advantage in the World Series, shouldn't Chris Sale and James Shields be on the All-Star team then? I mean, the people that run baseball and Jim Leland, shouldn't he be applying those stats and picking his pitching staff?
Well, you know, they are a bit restricted because obviously you have to have one representative from each team. So it's not just about the entire best roster. You have to have representation across the board. But with that being said, if the objective is to win the game, I'd want two people on that team definitely. If I'm a manager of the American League, I want Chris Sale. And if I'm a manager of the National League, I want Yasiel Puig on my team to try to win that game. Now, I know everybody can say, well, he hasn't been up long enough, not enough at-bats, but the game means something.
Absolutely.
It's not an exhibition game. If I'm trying to win that game and that's all that matters, that's the objective, I want those two guys on my team, among others.
Ground ball to first and past Morneau. Slow going there on the infield. You can see he went after that ball with some trepidation. It's muddy, and he just didn't have great footing, and Overbay gets himself a single. 2 for 3 for Overbay.
Yeah, Morneau almost overran that ball, as you see, and Michael's right. Kind of got stuck in the mud as he looks back down at the turf. Definitely overran it.
Big, healthy cut for Nunez.
You know, the All-Star game was an exhibition. You know, if it was just an exhibition game and the criteria for picking an All-Star player wasn't just the first half, maybe career, achievement, maybe, you know, standing the test of time, different criteria, then, yeah, okay, you could say somebody like a Yasiel Puig, he hasn't been around long enough, not enough at-bats. But you want to talk about just win the game? And the guy that just has been a lightning bolt for the Dodgers and almost turned around their season in about 6 weeks.
I was surprised that the fans didn't vote him in because they did have a chance. If they really wanted to see him, they could have voted him in ahead of Freddie Freeman, and he didn't win that vote.
I agree completely with that. And the fans do have a say. And they did give him the opportunity.
And there is some precedent. Check out how many games Mark Fidrich pitched in '76, and I believe he started the All-Star game, and he was the darling of Major League Baseball. And this is your marquee event. Other than the World Series, why not have Yasiel Puig there?
You certainly could have made a case for Hiroki Kuroda, too.
Kind of wonder the executives in Fox if they wanted Yasiel Puig there. You think you get higher ratings?
I think the answer to that is a definitive yes.
Fidrich started 13 games in the first half that year and made it. Swing and a miss. Nunez down on strikes. So a rainy night. We've been here a long time. It comes down to the ninth inning. Yankees lead 2-0, and they turn to Mo. Delta unveiled a Mariano Rivera plane. He signed it under his signature. Joe Girardi was there. Would you fly with Mo? Well, he's piloted the Yankees in the ninth inning for all these years. And now he has to get 3 outs. You know, finishing up the All-Star discussion, everything we're saying, there are parts that don't fit the puzzle. So Sale's in the All-Star game, but Shields isn't. So his numbers are very similar. Now, the White Sox don't have great players, so maybe that's how Sale gets in. The Royals have 2 other players that are in there. Shields doesn't get in. But if you want to win the game, you should pick the best people.
I agree, you know, and as you see, Mariano's going to be there. He's definitely top of the heap of the best people. But even the Yankees, Kuroda.
Right.
You can make a strong case for Hiroki Kuroda.
All right, so you've had Kuroda, you've had Claiborne, you'd have Logan, Robertson, and now you have Mo. Some big-time names in there, and the guy that's coming to the plate made the best throw of the night. Better than any pitch that's been thrown. Aaron Hicks from just in front of the warning track to the right of dead center field, just heaved the throw on the fly to third base to get Vernon Wells trying to stretch a double into a triple, and you'll be seeing that throw, I think, for years on highlight reels. So he'll lead off against Mo. 1-0.
Amazing that you could pick it up on Twitter and Google Earth it from somebody, and it was exactly 325 feet.
Here it is. That one is looped and caught by Nunez. A typical batted ball against Mo. So we have a pinch hitter now, as Cleet Thomas will come up for Pedro Formo.
When you look back at this game as it stands with Mariano on the mound, Yankees feel very comfortable with him out there. You know, the guy, to me, Michael, was Boone Logan with 3 strikeouts in a huge spot in the middle of the order. So, look at player of the game candidates. Yeah, Hiroki Kuroda, sure. You can look at Lyle Overbay, a couple of hits. To me, the player of the game is Boone Logan right now, if this score stands.
Last time we saw Mo, he blew that game against Baltimore. Now he's 1 out away from a save here against Minnesota.
For me, this is the key in the game. It's raining. You don't know how many innings you're going to get in. The middle of their lineup. One, Mauer, front door breaking ball, and Morneau doesn't like it, but he got it. High leverage situation, Boone Logan. To me, player of the game.
All right, here's Brian Dozier. And a strike. Twins gave Mo probably the coolest gift he's gotten in his farewell tour. They gave him a rocking chair made of broken bats, which he's pretty much done his whole career. No broken bat there, but another save from Mo. The Yankees win it 2-0. In a sloppy night, on a sloppy night, it was a very neat finish from Mariano Rivera. An RBI single for Brett Gardner and for Robinson Cano. That's all the scoring the Yankees needed. Kuroda gets the win. The Yankee bullpen again pretty much spotless, and Mo picks up the save. Stick around for the postgame show to find out who's today's Chevy player of the game. They got through a 1 hour and 13-minute rain delay, and the Yankees have now won 3 in a row. First game of this set against the Twins. We've got an award to give out. Stick around.